Hello. Tap. Hello? Okay, there we go. And boop. Okay, that should be fine. There is no border, but... Okay, let me go ahead and... Okay, copy, paste, duplicate. I was seeing code on the screen. Game dev isn't only about coding. Sometimes it's about pulling your hair out. Okay. Insect theme D. You'd be surprised the length people go to make a game dev purely about coding. That's dumb, in my opinion. I mean, game dev is just shorthand for game development. So that means the development of everything that goes into the game. So that includes coding, that includes visuals, that includes audio, that includes fucking how different things interact with other things. Does it include mushrooms? Well, that entirely depends on if you want to have mushrooms in your game. Good morning, Dathan. Now, first things first, does anyone have recommendations for royalty-free music? Because I actually don't currently have anything, and I imagine completely static background, lack of audio could potentially be an issue. I mean, me personally, I'm fine with no audio. Music distracts me. Ooh. No copyright sounds, some music. NCS.io. Copyright free music for creators. Pog. Usage policy. Can I use NCS music? All we ask is that you credit the artist and songs used in the description. Okay, that's easy enough. NCS music is free to use for independent creators and their user-generated content. Okay. Simply copy-paste the credits section. Put a link to our upload. Okay, okay. Okay, simple enough, simple enough. Base At a glance, this looks like, as long as I don't become a corporation, just fucking give credit and everything is fine. Is is there any that you would recommend, preferably ones without lyrics? Because I could probably throw them into like a folder and then have OBS just loop through them like on shuffle. Has mostly music with lyrics. Ah, that's unfortunate. Okay, well this is good to keep in mind because like I could potentially find some cool stuff in here for like a be right back screen. Like if I'm gonna be gone for an extended period of time, I could have that on shuffle. And then I could probably set something up to automatically pull the credits list because that's just a string and then display it on screen. Okay. Oh. Okay. So what I was wanting to do, I think Tobo gave a pretty good, interesting idea. Of write down just an idea and then like write down other ideas of like how that's associated with it. NCS is a classic. They've been around for ages. You probably heard quite a few tracks you watched on YouTube content around 2015. Nice. That's cool. While game dev does include visuals, audio, and obviously game design, you can do a huge majority entirely through code by procedurally generating most things. On the other hand, program art is also a thing, which is just extremely low effort art as placeholder. Yeah. The classic hitbox art as well, where you just set your hitboxes to be visible. Okay, well, first things first, get rid of that fucking white fucking flashbang. Okay. Guess. Nice caliber art, indeed. Unfortunately, I don't actually know if Godot has a way to. I mean, Godot has a setting to where you can make your hitboxes visible. I don't think it has a way to toggle them just on the fly in runtime. Which is unfortunate. Because I would love to give the players just a button to press to enable or disable hitboxes. But I guess I could always just program in my own hitbox visual. I approach game dev from a different angle. I first try to think of the gameplay loop and gameplay I want to go for, and then fit the rest of the pieces of my ideas into it. Oh, so like you try and think of like what you actually want the player to do as the primary foundation. So like how the player themselves is going to move around in the world. I've been trying to move it into a more real. Well, I mean, it's a real game engine. You're able to make a final product, aren't you? One thing that is a pretty major thing that basically has to get that probably has to get settled pretty early on before I actually start making the game is I had two ideas. One, to have it be like you have a singular character that you're playing as, uh, or alternatively, you could have like 6 to 9 different insect races that you could choose between. Kind of like how Dark Souls has the different classes. Because I can't really make a story without having that decided. Because it's going to be very different depending on which I do. Because if you have a single like character entity the player plays as, then you can have the story focused entirely around them. But if the player can choose between like 9 different people, then the story has to be more about the world. Another game, another Crab's Treasure. I've actually had that recommended to me a couple times. I really want to play it, uh, because if nothing else, it would probably give me a bunch of cool ideas for like what kinds of weapons and stuff to use. Because like it's all smaller than a human scale, so like stuff like this I have listed as an idea, like a sewing needle as a shield, or sorry, a sewing needle as a spear, and then like a button or an acorn cap as a shield. So like another Crab's Treasure would be really cool for like for inspiration. For Souls like it would be like gameplay loop is explore, find enemies, fight enemies, get stronger, unlock new areas. And my gameplay is an action RPG with tight timings and high stat scaling. Hmm. That first segment about the gameplay loop, that sounds like just all Metroidvanias, to be honest. What do you mean by high stat scaling? Do you mean like just like the bosses, the boss difficulty is just like really steep or something? Because like balancing like how the player levels up is definitely going to be something that is going to be a task. Because that's like woven into the entire map. Enemies get high HP, your damage scales really high with stats, and you can definitely mess up your build. Enemies can have really high resistances or be flat immune, etc. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's like enemies are designed to wreck your shit if you don't level up properly? Oh wait, these were my notes for a completely different game project. Why the fuck is that in here? You know, that was for fucking Parliament of Shadows, not Intima Soul. But also, like, isn't isn't high resistance and flat immunity just like a general RPG thing? Because like I imagine like once you start getting to end game bosses, they're just going to be immune to shit, so that you can't cheese them. Another insect game that comes to mind is Grounded. I did look into that, and by look into that, I mean I pulled up the Steam page. It's on my wish list, although it's listed as a multiplayer game. So I'm not sure how well I would be able to play that on my own. You can get into the weeds about how you would describe the gameplay loop of a game. It's just the primary motivator to keep playing in the fundamental structure. For a puzzle game, it would be find new puzzles, solve puzzles. Or for a looter shooter, it would be find enemies, kill them, collect loot, find more. Oh, okay. Oh, so for something like Mario, it would be like unlock new level, play level, beat level, unlock new level, maybe find secret level. So it's just like, what is the game if you boil it down to like one or two sentences? I really like the art style of Grounded. Like it looks cool. Although I guess it is just kind of generic cartoony in a sense. But I absolutely love the very first image on the Steam screenshots. Just giant ass mantis. The gameplay loop dictates when you engage with the gameplay. Gameplay describes what you're actively doing. Oh, okay. It's more fun multiplayer, but it's very much like Minecraft in that you don't need others to play. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Survival multiplayer, open world survival craft. Okay. Yeah, I definitely have that on my wish list. If it ever goes on sale, I'll grab it. But I might also just pick it up sometime. Okay, so Yama, you would recommend trying to decide the gameplay loop before you think about what actually goes into the game? Is that what you were saying? Yeah, okay. I'm very much imagining this as like very similar to just original Dark Souls because like I just currently have a lot of experience with that, so I understand that gameplay loop. And it's a pretty fun gameplay loop for the most part. There's just a few things that I would want to tweak. And then of course the entire thematic shift for being placed in a completely different setting. It makes it easy to figure out what ideas actually fit for a game. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a fair point. Okay, so okay. Exploring is Exploration is definitely one of them. Combat. Like, you can find these random boxes that can give you items. Might be fun for a looter shooter. But for a Souls like that, breaks a lot of the mechanics. Well, find random boxes that gives you items. Isn't that just a chest? Or do you mean, like, an actual, like, just loot box mechanic? Ah, randomized rewards. Okay. I could definitely see, like, having some chests have a random reward. Or, like, having a small pool of rewards. But having a strictly designed map definitely gives you more control over what the player is expected to be at any given point. Hmm. I'm absolutely including a journal of some kind. To like to let the player basically unlock information about like enemies and items and stuff. SteamDB is a great way to track game sale history. If you would rather know when a sale is happening, you can look there. For Grounded specifically, has a track record of following the seasonal sales on Steam like most games. Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of SteamDB. It's very useful for just yoinking Steam screenshots and stuff. But for the journal, I'm imagining instead of just kill an enemy 15 times and you get the full information, I was thinking about making it like more nuanced. So like some of the information you get from killing them, but then others you have to actually observe them or perhaps use a scanning mechanic. So I imagine that would impact the gameplay loop because getting the full information on the enemies would give the player better agency in actually how to fight them. So that would be heavily incentivized. But because it is all just pure information, you don't actually have to engage with it if you already know the stuff. Observing their behavior in different environments. Possibly. Like, I'm imagining, if you're familiar with, like, Metroid Prime or Subnautica, they have, like, an actual scanning item or mechanic to where, like, you have to be close enough to an enemy to lock onto them. And then, like, you have to hold that lock on for, like, 10 or 15 seconds to get a full scan. But because the enemy is trying to kill you, you have to be, like, dodging around and stuff. But as you scan the enemy, you unlock more and more information about it. Or potentially, some of the information could be locked behind encountering that enemy in a specific part of the map. So, like, maybe, like, a portion of the enemy information block, like, you unlock some of the enemy for killing a few of them. You unlock some of the information for killing a few of them. You unlock some of the information for, like, getting a partial or a full scan. And then maybe there's, like, some information that you only unlock if you, like, maybe find, like, an enemy lore document just somewhere in the world for, like, special enemies. And then for, like, the enemy's loot table, maybe a full scan tells you how many things they can drop and their rarity, but it doesn't actually tell you what they drop until you get it to drop. The journal would be more of a gameplay feature, especially if it's optional. Oh, okay. So the gameplay loop would be stuff that's like mandatory 99% of the time, or even just like that's like it's intended to be mandatory. Encyclopedia. Like, I imagine you would get a little bit of information for encountering them, which would just explicitly just be you hurt them or they hurt you. That would be how you define whether or not the player has encountered a specific enemy. And this would not count environmental damage. So, like, if an enemy randomly walks off a cliff before they fucking come into the map, that wouldn't count. As the name implies, it's a literal loop. It's a thing you will constantly do while playing the game over and over. Okay. So regardless of your play style, that is something that you just fundamentally fall into. What if I push them off the cliff? It would depend on how you push them off of the cliff, I imagine. Like, if you just lure the enemy into walking off the cliff, I would say, like, maybe like if the enemy aggroes onto the player, that could count. Or like get within X units. Like, there's also like like Dark Souls has like a kick thing that's like a non-damage attack. So maybe just physically interact. Potentially, maybe the scan item, even if you're not close enough to scan them, maybe you could have a long range observe thing to where, like, if you see something off in the distance, you could get the very minimal encounter info. Which this would literally just be image and potentially even name. Gameplay is interchangeable. Currently, you have exploration and combat. You could do this exploration in platformer or Metroidvania or 3D physics-based. You can do the... Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Have you played Satisfactory? I've played it a little bit. I haven't played it recently, so there might have been updates. But I played it a while back. I actually found a really funny bug. There was a resource node somewhere that I set up a miner on, but it was kind of glitched out. Every time you reloaded the map, the node reset its material. But it was supposed to be a rare material that only gave you 30 units. But I would just activate the miner, it would harvest 30. I would reload my save, and then it would just harvest 30 more, and then I would just do that over and over. And it would just conveyor it back to my base. You can ping for orange stuff. Maybe something similar for locking nearby enemies for it to count. Oh. You mean the rocks above the nodes? No. No, like, I actually would just set up a miner on a node. I would run it until it ran out of material. I would reload my save, and the material would be reset. It was like a certain node that was, like, deep in a cave or something. It was definitely intended to be a hidden rare material. But having a ping mechanic could be interesting. Maybe that could be like an upgrade for the scanner to like show you like if there is a new thing nearby, or you could like, I don't necessarily know if I would have it to be like you can set it to a specific enemy type and then you could locate nearby instances of them, because like the Dark Souls map style doesn't really lend well to that, because like most of the time you find the enemies and then you just know where they are. And unveils the gameplay. Curtains a little too much? Yeah. I'm just brainstorming stuff spitball too much. Don't hesitate to let me know. Oh, no, you're fine. Like, I have ideas welcome on the screen for a reason. Also, ignore the controller input display. That's not going to be relevant at all. Like, I think the way the journal would work in terms of locating enemies is it would just have a list of all of the areas that an enemy can spawn, and then as you encounter them in those areas, it would like fill out the list. So like say there's like 4 different areas that a specific enemy can spawn. If you did like a full scan, in the list of areas, it would have like 4 different lines with question mark, but it wouldn't actually fill in the names of the areas until you locate the enemy in that area. Very Pokedex-esque? Yes. Icon. No, not name. The long range observation would just give you their icon. Or we'll image. And fuck off bot. What about being a physical thing instead of a scanner? You can like sniff pheromones, and to unlock the journal entries you need to physically remove a carapace or something like that? Physically remove a carapace? Oh, like you kill an enemy and then you have to like actually harvest their body? Like I'm good with, like, it doesn't have to literally be just like a lock on and scan mechanic. Like I just want it to be more interesting than just, oh, kill 15 enemies, get the full information block. Harvest a body or have a MacGuffin crystal or something, parallel to souls in the titular Dark Souls. Oh, so like you. Hmm. Actually, no, I don't know where I was going with that train of thought. And choose pheromones to communicate. Yeah, I know that. Cool to be able to track enemies by looking for tracks. Yeah, but then like how would even tracking enemies work? Because I don't know if that kind of gameplay would be all that relevant in a Souls-like, because the vast majority of enemies are just static. Like most, if not all. Although using pheromones could definitely be an interesting way to find hidden doors or like pathways. So maybe there could be like a sniff mechanic, like smell-o-vision. So you could like gain extra information or like find hidden passageways. Towards the equipment, it would be interesting if you're a mutant bug or something and can graft other bug parts on yourself. That is nothing even remotely close to what I was thinking. That's very interesting. Use hormones as a stand-in for potions. As throwing a vial of concentrated go that way at an ant would definitely not help its situation. Yes. Draw a circle around them with a marker. Technique. Yeah, fucking merging corpses into yourself is definitely a very different vibe than what I was originally imagining. Although, to be fair, I wasn't like imagining a ton. I like insects, I like bugs, And like being an insect is like you're basically living in a Souls like. Everything is trying to kill you. Everything is massive. Everything is dangerous. Tearing off your arm and just sticking a mantis claw in your arm for more cutting damage? Hmm. Oh, so instead of like holding a weapon, or did you, or like in a, or do you mean like in addition? Or do you mean like not weapons? It's just you are the weapon. Because this is getting, like, this is giving me like flashbacks to like Parasite. No, not well, also Parasite, but I was thinking Prototype. Because I think Prototype also has an enemy absorb mechanic. Because like I'm imagining like one of the bosses could be like just like a giant ass frog, but it's actually just a normal sized frog. Bugs don't have opposable thumbs, and I have a hard time imagining an ant holding a sword. So the equipment is literal bug parts which you attach to yourself. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I I am I guess I didn't say it, but I was definitely imagining a more anthropomorphized version of an insect themed world. Just because like it's just easier to imagine a humanoid interacting with humanoid things. So like it would be an insect themed person, I guess, in terms of character design. But like in universe, it's like, oh, that's a wasp. That's a fucking beetle. Like similar to how Hollow Knight does it. Like they're not all like biologically accurate bugs. So 3D Hollow Knight, kind of potentially in terms of inspiration and theming. Like I imagine there would be a ton of people being like, actually, you just made Hollow Knight. I think it was a while ago someone made like a little prototype of 3D Hollow Knight. And by 3D Hollow Knight, I mean they just remade the tutorial area in 3D with like just porting over like the base mechanics. So like you're just walking around and you're like just smacking the crawlids. Name image, stats, inventory, loot table, spawn location. Um, Bug World is really interesting. There's a lot of IRL bug things you could use for mechanics, like a stink bug letting you scare off NPCs, or Bombardier excreting. Yeah, yeah, Bombardier exploding thing is definitely a very common idea. What's the objectives? Story target style beyond Souls like. If we if we are going with the idea of the story is focused around the player, I do have a couple ideas for um Combine Mantis. That would be terrifying, including mounts. Um, if the player only has like a specific character they play as and it doesn't have like customization, I'm imagining like I had the idea for in the intro you're playing as like the intro cutscene is like you're a wasp that's like flying up in the air like scouting or whatever with a buddy, and then they get attacked by a bird, so they get hurt, lose their wings, etc. Because don't fucking give the player flight, otherwise your map design is going to be a nightmare. And then like you're like super far away from home, so a good chunk of it is actually just trying to get back home, and then maybe like something has happened in the interim, and then you got to deal with that. One thing I definitely want to include is a map location called the rabbit hole. And like it's a literal physical rabbit hole, but it's also a metaphorical rabbit hole. So that could be like a safe space where NPCs meet up and they can like give you a bunch of information or side quests depending on how you talk to them. I think that would be really funny and really cool. But yeah, I do have I guess I don't have those tabs open anymore. I did have a bunch of tabs open of a bunch of cool insects. Like, there's a couple insects, like I think specifically like the Australian tiger cricket or something, that like it moves too fast for its eyes to register. So it can't actually run at full speed. It has to like jump, stop, look around, jump, stop, look around. So that could potentially be interesting for a boss fight, where it's like while it's moving, you just are not catching up to it. But then like it'll like occasionally stop moving and become vulnerable, like to do like a specific attack. Souls likes have a story very much focused on being a common grunt playing the role of a chosen one. I think that's almost integral. I don't know. I've only ever played. The only Souls like I've actually played is just Dark Souls. Unless you would want to make the argument that Hollow Knight is a Souls like, in which case I've also played that. Because so far from what I've seen, like I would imagine Souls like is just the exploration, high difficulty, and bosses. There's one Hollow Mini, but you still have a big task. Yeah. Although, to be fair, you aren't really the chosen one in that instance. You're just the only one actually capable of getting shit done, because everyone else had a skill issue. Because yeah, like whenever I'm describing Hollow Knight, I typically like refer to it as like combat with a side of secrets. Because that seems to be like the major aspects of the game. You're a normal grunt, but because the player is controlling the grunt, they act like a chosen one. Oh, okay. Not like they are literally chosen premeditatively. Okay, I can see that. So not necessarily that you're playing as a chosen one, it's just you're playing as someone who's not supposed to be special. But because the camera is on them, they implicitly are special. You know, if the player plays as an ant or some other hive creature, that could absolutely work. Because like in a hive, like or like a mound or whatever, like a swarm type insect, you have one function. You serve that function and then you die. So like having the player be able to deviate from that would be in line with that. Miyazaki's intentions were for us to have fun. I'm pretty sure Miyazaki's intentions was to increase the demand for monitors because there's a sudden drop in the quantity that gamers own. You're just one vessel mini, but because the player's controlling it, the knight is a significant character. Yeah. Yeah, because the actual chosen one was the Hollow Knight, but they fucked up and they were bad at their job. Selling more keyboards, how could I miss that? Yes, Miyazaki is getting royalties from Big Keyboard. I actually plan on one day saving up and getting like an actual fucking punching bag to leave next to my monitor. So that if I ever do get that mad, I'm just gonna punch that instead because that's not gonna break. Okay. Gameplay loop. I guess it's like explore, kill shit, find items, find shortcuts, explore, find boss. At least I'm describing how Hollow Knight works. It's not Hollow Knight. I'm describing how Dark Souls works. I know it's hard to avoid the Hollow Knight angle. But what if you're just one in a mini, but then you're infected by a virus that makes you sentient? Yeah. But if we do that, then the issue is you basically are barred from having any NPCs unless like whatever this virus is also affected other creatures throughout the world. But then also, what even would be the story? What would you be progressing towards? I guess maybe finding the source and then destroying it or spreading it further to awaken the mind of everyone in the world, all of the bugs. Because I was imagining like just as a random thought idea, I had been imagining this as like a post-apocalyptic world where like humanity is dead and nature has reclaimed, but then like if you pay attention to the background, you could see like rundown buildings or perhaps like maybe there's a dungeon that's actually just a corpse of some guy, but it's so overgrown and like covered in moss and stuff that like you can't actually tell it's a body unless you look closely. Yeah, but why would you want to cure the virus? The virus gave us awareness. If anything, we would want to spread it. Or perhaps that could be like a split alternate ending. Curing the virus has more narrative potential. Yeah, I could definitely see like some of the other infected creatures wanting to stop you from curing it. Sure, you're sentient, but you cannot. Okay, who said that? Who said you can't? You never said that. You might have been thinking it, but that was not in your message. Just an example. Yeah. Yeah, but then you can't have a good ending. Every ending is shit with that example. There's no happy ending. This was also unfair. What? No. You can have a good ending in Dark Souls. It's called Linking the Fire. Or, actually, no. No, becoming the Dark Lord is the better ending for the player because then you don't get fucking stuck babysitting a fire for eternity. I definitely want one of the enemies to be like the zombie ant thing. And I think those do use mushrooms. I think that's like a mushroom infecting ants and causing them to spread it. Cordyceps? Maybe? I don't actually know the name. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like what it is, based on the images from Google. Cordyceps is the spell. Okay. Oh shit! Some of these images look super badass in terms of just fucking character design. Like some of these would go hard as a boss. I don't remember if this is confirmed versus rumor. The Hollow Knight infection is also based on Cordyceps. That would be interesting because thematically, actually, no, I guess thematically it wouldn't be the opposite. Maybe. I mean, you could potentially use Cordyceps as a like as the virus, and it's just the quote unquote sentience is the mushrooms messing with you. No, that does not sound familiar. Because in Hollow Knight, the enemies can't actually spread the infection to anything. They can never give it to the player. And I mean, I guess it spreads through the air because Mila eventually gets infected. But I don't think any of the enemies themselves specifically spread it from one to another. Like, I was under the impression that just the entire area as a whole became infected. It spreads because the bugs that die leave it in. Yeah, but you just said, and then move on or spread. That sounded to me like you were saying that the bugs spread it. It depends on the cordyceps on how they're spread. Oh, okay. You know, really quite fortunate this mushroom isn't a big enough threat to affect everything. Because I could definitely see like an fucking like webcomic about cordyceps taking over humans and stuff. Cordyceps infecting mycelium. Ooh. Hmm. There's some bugger creature that can actually overtake humans. Probably fucking like rabies or like mad cow disease or something. Like I know there's stuff that can fuck with the human brain. Unless you mean a macroscopic creature. The brain is encased in a thick skull and the blood cannot travel through the blood-brain barrier. Human infections is really, really rare. Actually, wait, no, that's a very good point. How the fuck does the brain get blood if it's like more or less completely isolated from the rest of the body? Because the blood has all the oxygen, and the brain needs the oxygen. Hmm. Okay. Okay, before breaking down into like more and more nuance, like I was originally imagining this as just an entry game into the Souls-like genre because I have another idea that I would want to have experience for before jumping into. So I actually do that one properly because like I care about that idea more than this one, so I want to do this one as the learning stage. So I was imagining in terms of gameplay like very similar to Dark Souls, but because I am who I am, more secrets and more puzzles. But I imagine the gameplay loop would be very similar. The blood brain barrier is a membrane with protein markers that only like very select few molecules do. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense for the brain barrier to have just insanely high security. This is also why I said that working backwards from gameplay loop and gameplay is far more efficient. Yeah. Yeah, because you could potentially think of like cool ideas, but if you can't actually slot it in seamlessly, then it's very possible that you're only going to end up actually being able to use that idea in one location rather than everywhere. Because you can always get the weeds about the specifics, but if you don't have the general things done, you can mindlessly wander. Yeah. Creep scope. One thing you could potentially do is just not have a level up mechanic, because that would make it a lot easier to balance, because then the only way that the player can ever vary is their inventory. Or I guess you could do it like Hollow Knight to where like There's just specific upgrades just around the map. Does the game have quests? I mean, probably. I mean, it's always fun to find an NPC and then like be able to help them out in exchange for a reward. And then there could also potentially be like not explicit quests where it's just, oh, you find a random thing, but it feels like you might be able to do this, use this somewhere. Uh, I think another way to think of gameplay loop is things that are mandatory to progress. So by putting puzzles there, implicitly you have to do puzzles to continue the game. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not opposed. Personally, for me, I'm not opposed to puzzles being mandatory, but I could definitely see like the general Souls-like fan base caring more about the combat. So maybe the puzzles could be just like more for bonus or for like uh hidden bosses or like a hidden area. But like you can still just beat the game. But if you want to do everything, maybe like true ending or something, then the puzzles come into play. And also, I guess if you're including it in the gameplay loop, then that means you're going to constantly be solving puzzles, which would be integral to the entire map. A couple basic puzzles in Souls boil down to go to place, find a lever, go to place. I wouldn't consider that a puzzle personally. That's like because most levers in Dark Souls is just opening up shortcuts. And that's just standard Metroidvania. The Dark Souls DLC doesn't have levers. Find bosses, kill them, get stuff, yeah. But again, that just sounds like generic Metroidvania. Metaphor. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Metaphorical levers? That makes no sense whatsoever. A lever is a lever. If you're gonna start saying metaphorical levers, then literally everything is a lever. Because every possible interaction is a state change. It's kind of what a lever is. No, no, a lever is a physical thing you interact with to activate a mechanism. It's just a trigger that is an arbitrary thing. Yeah, but then, like, what's the point of having a physical lever? A metaphorical lever is just a lever that doesn't look like a lever? Yeah. I don't like it, but I agree with that. But, I mean, then that's just. If you follow that same train of thought, you're just eventually going to rabbit hole yourself down to the laws of physics. It's just a thing that does a thing. Because literally everything applies to that definition, as far as I'm aware. Because, like, A lever would be a thing that allows you to progress towards another thing, not just anything that does any other thing. I don't know. I guess I just feel like the analogy is slightly flawed. Or maybe I'm just not internalizing it properly. Okay, so I think in the game design angle, the more important point is that you need to do something before you can progress in the current task. It's forcing the player into doing something. Well, yeah, that's not railroading, that's the wrong term, but like an intended path through the game. The defining difference between that gameplay type and Souls-like is that just bosses are way more common. Um, at the very least for Dark Souls, another difference would be that Dark Souls isn't super bound by finding new abilities to unlock more of the map. Like, most of the map is available from the start, and then, like, some of the things is locked behind bosses. Metroidvania also have map traversal skills? Yeah. Yeah, like, most of the progression in Dark Souls is locked behind just player skill and, like, killing bosses. Because, like, there's some areas of the map that requires you to kill a boss, but other than, like, a couple instances, there isn't very many things that's explicitly locked behind have this item. And when it is, it's just a key item that goes into your inventory that doesn't actually change the player's movement capacity. So technically collecting shit might potentially not be part of the gameplay loop if it's technically not required. Although, like the average player is going to be doing that as part of the gameplay loop. Collecting shit is mandatory. So part of the gameplay loop because it's something the player is looping back to during the gameplay. What you collect and how is up to the gameplay. Not really. I mean, if low percent has taught me anything, it's that collecting things is a suggestion. I will fight your final boss with a garden. No, yes, precisely. This guy gets it. Yeah, low percent and challenge runs in general have made me very aware that collecting shit is optional. You get, aside from the occasional key item. Unless you're playing Twilight Princess, in which case you just fucking stare at a rupee for 17 hours. What if I make it to where doors just have health, and if you punch a door 2,000 times, it will just let you through because it just fucking breaks? It's like, oh, you don't want to go get the key item? Okay. You're gonna sit here for fucking half an hour. Remember that glitches and bugs aren't part of the game design? That, I don't know how I feel about that. Because if I find a cool bug during testing, I might just hardcode that shit in. Make the door the boss. Yes. You're trying to enter a dungeon, but the dungeon is just one giant mimic. Oh, you make the door the boss. Punch the boss, do that. Yeah. Yeah, except the boss isn't going to stand still and let you punch it. The boss is going to punch back, and they deal a lot more damage than 1 point. If anyone finds a bug you weren't aware of after you're done, that's not part of the game design. Well, I mean, yeah. But I mean, just because it's not part of the original game design, that doesn't mean it's not part of the game. I can still implicitly kill them, it's just not optimal. Yes. That is true. Yeah, no, that's another thing. If something has a health bar, the player is able to kill it. Like I do not like when games give something a health bar, but you can't actually kill it. Like, just don't give it a health bar. Like, just tell me it's invincible or something. Just bring it up because mandatory by design and technically mandatory by abuse of glitches are very, very different. How could something be mandatory by abuse of glitches? Because glitches are implicitly not part of the intended gameplay progression, so they can't possibly be mandatory because the developer did not account for them. They're a door and that they're an obstacle I have to get past. How and how hard it is comes down to how I want to approach it. Sometimes. Sometimes the game is designed in such a way that, like, you just have to have this one specific thing to be allowed to progress. Which is for, like dead-end tunnels and stuff that just have one door at the front and there's no other entrance. It's like, oh, you gotta get the key if you want the treasure chest. Oh, you don't have the key? Lol. Go find the key. You were arguing that because of low percent collecting shit isn't mandatory, but that's usually only the case because of glitches. By design, it's very much Oh, I thought you were saying... Oh, mandatory by design and tech... Okay, maybe I'm misreading this. I thought you were saying that, some things are mandatory because of glitches. Maybe I was misreading that. Batwa and Tatka are very good examples of how you can have specific restrictions that don't actually stop the player. Yeah, those are... I actually don't know very much about Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played it or watched much of it. But yeah, those are very much open world. Like, you can just... Like, at least in the instance of Breath of the Wild, you can just full stop after the tutorial is over, just fucking go straight to the final boss. Like, the entire game is optional. Except for the part where Nintendo hates fun, and they don't let you just immediately climb down the Great Plateau. Which I think that's really lame. Another gameplay mechanic that I greatly despise: invisible walls and arbitrary death planes. I hate them with a passion. If you're going to prevent the player from doing something, make it actually make sense why they can't do that thing. If you're on warp to the end, you technically don't need to do anything, and the entire gameplay loop doesn't exist. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Implying it was less mandatory things to do. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can't really include glitches by saying... Well, I guess things that are intended to be mandatory and things that are literally mandatory are two different subsets that might have a Venn diagram overlap. Because, like, in terms of Dark Souls, I think, like, really the only mandatory things is just fucking Bell Towers, Lord Vessel, Four Lords, Gwyn. In terms of intended mandatory. You're the person designing it, so you are much more concerned with things mandatory by design. I don't think that's implicitly true, because I do like glitches, but I think it's more so that because I'm designing it, fundamentally any choice I make is mandatory by design. So, like, even if I find a glitch and use it, because I am the developer, it is now by design. So, like, I can't intentionally make something optionally mandatory, if that makes sense. Intending for something to be mandatory, but designing it in such a way that it is technically possible for the players to suppress it without needing the mandatory things. But then it's not mandatory. But yeah, I would also very much like to do that, because I'm a very big fan of challenge runs. So, like, I would absolutely be down to, like, build out the game and then, like, think of what the few common challenge run things might be. See if there's any, like, potential issues that just hard prevent it from being possible, and then tweak it slightly so it is possible. You shouldn't consider glitches part of the design. They're glitches. Implicitly, they aren't there by design, so remove them or alter them. What? But that's considering them as part of the design. If you remove them, then, oh, you considered it, you don't want it in the design. If you alter them to fit the design, then you're considering them as part of the design. Obviously, like, you don't want to leave a glitch in its glitched state, because then it's unstable, and something you change later might accidentally soft patch it out. Like, if there is a glitch that you want to utilize, you need to hard code that in. Glitches don't happen because you put them there. They corrupt on. That's not always true. It is. And also, like, a glitch is just something not functioning as intended. So you can make something look glitchy, but it's still intentional. So you can put a quote-unquote glitch into the game. It's just an intentional glitch. How would you have considered an accident? If you, the developer, intend something to happen, it's not a glitch. I don't know. I think if I found a glitch in the development process and then hard-coded it in, I think I would still refer to it as a glitch, because that's how it originated. even if it is in a more intended stable state now. Like, wasn't the demo dash in Celeste a glitch, but then they hard-coded it in? It ceases to be a glitch. Yeah, oh, but that's lame. That's lame. I like it still being a glitch, because glitches are cool. Ah. Man. I really wish my neck would stop being sore. I'm certain you cannot find every glitch. Oh no, absolutely. 100% you're not going to find every single glitch. Especially in a 3D Souls-like. Especially if your game gets popular, like people like as a singular developer, for the most part, or even for the entire part, you are not going to find everything. Full stop. It's just not feasible. Use the developer can certainly anticipate what would cause a glitch based on how the system works, along with what that particular glitch would do. So as long as your initial patches don't work, that is still a glitch. True. True. If you anticipate it, you can fix it in advance. But what if I don't fix it? What if I just leave it? Because if I don't fix it and if I don't hardcode it, then it stays a glitch. And it's there intentionally? No. 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 I didn't design it. I didn't program it in. It's not the game functioning as intended. It is a glitch that I chose not to patch out. Although I feel like I've lost the thread of what this conversation was supposed to be. If I know about something that cropped up unintentionally and you still intentionally choose to keep it there, it's still intentional by you. That is irrelevant. Because a glitch is something that is not working as intended. If something pops up that I did not explicitly design, that's a glitch. If I choose to just leave it there in its state, that doesn't automatically make it not a glitch. It stops being a glitch if I hardcode it in. Kind of wandered into the semantics of what is a glitch, yeah. Because, like, a glitch and exploit, like, it's the same can of worms. Because, like, a computer just does what you tell it to do, whether or not it's actually what you want it to do. Because a glitch is something that's unintended. If you found it and kept it, then you're intending for it to be part of the game. No, that's not how that works. Because regardless of if I intended for it to be part of the game, that is not how I intended the code to be ran. So it is still a glitch because it's unintended code behavior. But yeah, also very arbitrary definition for what even is or is not a glitch. That's something that different people could have different opinions on. But yeah, I feel like you could definitely have an accidental glitch that just is particularly stable, so you don't need to hard code it in, and then you just use that as like a big thing for your game. Like, kind of like if, kind of like if someone made a Mario ROM hack, a Mario 64 ROM hack that abused backwards long jumps as a critical gameplay feature, that's still a glitch. People very much try to patch everything. No. You think people have time to patch everything? No, they're too busy trying to make the actual thing work. At least from what I've heard. Because like for like the Dark Souls team, weren't they like on time crunch or something? They would not have had time to patch everything. And like especially like when they made the fucking remaster or re-release on the PS or on the PC, like they could have patched stuff with that release and they just didn't. Like definitely with the remastered version that came out years later. Or even just like over time. Like maybe they could have like actually no. I was gonna say maybe they could have make that. I was gonna say maybe they could have like a smaller team that like occasionally patches shit as they're found in the older games, but then that's another team you have to pay. If I make a smart ROM hack that uses bulgs, then the bulg is an integral part of the game design and no longer a glitch. I think I think my view is those are not mutually exclusive. Like I view that something can be a glitch, but also still be integral or important. Just because the way a glitch functions is utilized, that doesn't stop it from being a glitch. Because like for me, a glitch is something that just happened, and I did not intentionally choose for that to happen. But like something I explicitly program in, that is when it stops being a glitch. Oh, and just as like a preemptive thing, uh, if I somehow ha- uh have something in this as bad as Bed of Chaos, slap me through the internet. if I account for the unintended result, it's no longer unintended. It's just another action you can do. Yeah, but just because it's no longer unintended, well, it was originally unintended. But even if it's no longer unintended, like you know what it is and you know how it works, that doesn't stop it from being a glitch in my eyes. Because you did not explicitly program it in, it is still a glitch. I agree. Finding a glitch and leaving it without adding additional work to implement it does not mean it stops being a glitch. It's just something you enjoy and you enjoyed the behavior of and left it. Yeah, that's a much better wording. Like for me, if I find a glitch, it only stops being a glitch once I intentionally tweak the code to either make it more stable or change how it works. Like if I find some unintended behavior and I just leave it because it doesn't need to be tweaked, then like it's still a glitch because it's in its original unintended state. Yeah. And it's not like, we can, disagree. That's fine. This is a very subjective thing at the end of the day. Because I guess for me, like, the term glitch is in reference to the mechanical aspects, not necessarily whether or not you wanted it to exist. Hmm. Actually, should you get the name of an enemy simply on encountering it, or should you have to actually kill it to get the name? I think encountering it, like, I think getting the name of the enemy doesn't give you an advantage over, like, if you die to it and then come back. The semantics is, I think for me, the semantics is different because if I find code that does something unintended and then add a band-aid solution, then the behavior is still unintended because I tried to remove it but couldn't. Though I'd call that a bug more than... Okay, well, that's getting even more into the weeds. Because for me, bug and glitch is synonymous. They are the exact same thing, just two different words. But also, what do you mean by band-aid solution? Because for me, if I do find a glitch that I like and I would want to incorporate, I would fully patch it out and then fully hard code it in, just to make it completely stable. Having different perspectives is important to be able to adapt to various situations. Yeah. It's good to have conversations with people who disagree with you so that you can, like, engage with, like, not, like, get rid of the echo chamber, basically. Like, you want to try and think about things. If I find a memory leak, I try to remove it, but can't because my code is bad. So I just reset the game every 30 minutes. I still very much want to remove the memory leak, but I could only fix it with a band-aid solution. Well, I mean, yeah. Although that's not... that's not the scenario we were discussing previously. I highly doubt anybody's going to be using a memory leak as an integral part of the game design. And I doubt a memory leak is ever going to be intentional. Still unintended behavior, but I worked around it. But it's still very much intended. Yeah, but we weren't talking about working around the glitch. We were talking about working with the glitch. Oh, you're giving an example of intended versus unintended. My bad. Hmm. Of when I would think this glitch ceases to be. Oh, okay. Okay. Speedrunners are a great example of glitches that are known to be glitches, but are simply left because they're either fun or so specific or non-impactful to standard gameplay that just ignoring them is more valuable to the developer's time than trying to find a way to work it out of the game. Yeah. Yeah, if I ever find a glitch after release, uh that I consider to be in the domain of the community. So, I would explicitly ask their opinion on if and or how it should be patched. Because like I'm even if I play my own games, I'm only one individual. So I shouldn't be patching stuff based on how I feel about it. Like explicitly after release. So like I would get the community's opinion. Because like maybe it's something that's like messing with them or like it's just unpleasant or like most people don't use it, then yeah, like maybe they might want it patched or maybe they might want it like hard coded in or like just made slightly more consistent. Or maybe there's like a particular glitch that's like really useful, but it like is really unstable and it can crash the game. So like you could patch it out and then keep the useful part, but then just have it not crash the game. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go put on a hoodie. I would ask the community for feedback. If I agree with the community, I just keep it. If I think it needs some tweaks to make it part of the design, I would still keep it, but add a toggle so they can try out what I think is better. Okay, that's fair. Putting Ender to sleep with the philosophy of glitch. No, no, no. My brain is putting itself to sleep because there is not significant stimulus. Yeah, because I don't know if there would be anything more to add to gameplay loop here. Because the gameplay loop of Dark Souls is very simple. Something that immediately comes to mind are broken glitches in PvP. Sure, the community thinks it's cool and wants to keep it, but ultimately this will hurt the game in the long run. How would that hurt the game in the long run? The community thinks it's cool. The community thinks it's fun. The purpose of a game is to have fun. Or just fucking split the game into two categories where you have the normal brackets and then you have like brackets disjointed where you just have all of the glitches still in effect. That's what I said. Huh? Oh, toggle. Okay, fair. PvP games are only fun as long as everything is even. If there's one way you can get a massive unfair advantage, it will reduce diversity or make the game a lot more stale. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not fun. But I don't play a lot of PvP games, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Because, like, for me, like, whenever I play Smash Brothers, I just kind of pick whatever the fuck I want. But I also don't go online, like, ever. If you keep your PvP match for 3 hours, you'll only see the same broken glitch over. That doesn't sound very fun. That sounds to me like I need to figure out how to work around it. Sounds like a skill issue. But no, I completely agree with like stuff being unbalanced. Like if there is something that's like actually impossible to counter, then I can definitely see that being frustrating. What if health was a measure of contamination level rather than actual damage? And rather than enemies' attacks just hurting you, it's spreading their infection as you fight them? No, that's not unrelated. Like we just got onto a tangent. We're still thinking of ideas for the game. That actually that reminds me of the quote unquote damage in the Uncharted series, where as the enemies are shooting you, the screen gets redder and redder. That's actually not you taking damage. That's the character's luck running out. And then after you run out of luck, you get hit by a single bullet, and then you actually die. Back to the crafting bug pieces to yourself. The more you get hit and use your weapons, durability goes down, and they can eventually break, so you're forced to use new bug parts. You have no health, your durability is your health? Ooh, that's a cool idea. That's a very cool idea. It's a very interesting idea. You have no armor anymore, you just die from any hit. But that's gonna make low percent impossible. Actually, no. I guess it wouldn't make it impossible. By the infection concept into that, and the reason biological are degrading so quickly is because the infection is breaking them down. Maybe. Although, I'm still not completely sold on the infection idea, because that's like... That's just super gloomy. It sounds like a shit world to live in. It's also a bit played out. It would definitely not help the Hollow Knight Association, as Yami said. Souls-like games are pretty gloomy though, but you can have the combat style and be happy. Well, I mean, you don't even really have to be happy. I just don't want it to be gloomy. The infection concept is cool, but doing some outer interference would be cool. Like some god corrupting plant matter. It's like cosmically glitchy or something. You end the game by killing this god. Eldritch horror insect game. Now there's an idea I don't think I've heard of before. Eldritch horror insect souls-like. The ideas write themselves. Well, they don't write themselves. We had to have a 2-hour-long conversation to get to this point. Maybe... Maybe we could have, like, Now, that was arguing about the semantics of glitches. You know what? Fair. Maybe it could be, like, whatever this entity isn't, like, actively attacking you. It's just their close proximity to this reality is corrupting shit. And so it's just, you have to kill them to stay alive. Do Souls-likes really have weapon durability, though? They do in Dark Souls 1? No, they don't. No, they don't. The weapons last fucking hours, and then you spend 200 souls to repair them to full. They do not have durability. The only time they have durability is if you're doing a self-imposed challenge run where you're not able to repair shit. And then the game has the audacity to hand you a ring that slows the durability loss. Like, you seriously think I'm going to spend a ring slot on that? No. Actually, no. Asterisk. There's 2 times where durability... Huh? There's 2 times where durability exists. 1, where if you don't allow yourself to repair shit. Or 2, I think there's, like, 2 enemies in the entire game that can degrade your durability. Unless maybe Manus can do that, because I didn't actually get to see his fight. I actually don't know anything about Bloodborne. I assume it's a Souls-like, but I know nothing about the gameplay loop. But no spoilers for like we can talk about Dark Souls 1 till Kingdom Come, but no spoilers for the other games in the series because I do plan on playing them. It's literally made by FromSoft. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Just because it's made by a company doesn't implicitly mean that that company only makes that one genre. Add a new add a new bullet point for each gameplay loop and fill that out. I asked if it counted. Mechanically, it's very similar, but I can be argued it doesn't count. If it doesn't count as a Souls-like simply because it's not in the Dark Souls franchise, then that means literally nothing else ever is a Souls-like. But also, that's why you have the like in there, because it's not Dark Souls, it's a Souls-like. Add another big title? Oh. Uh... I'd argue the bestiary falls under exploration mechanics, maybe under find shit. Depends on the semantics. Is the bestiary a significant part of navigation, or is it significant towards finding new stuff? The current idea for the bestiary is purely informational. So, technically speaking, if you just fucking open up the wiki of the game, the bestiary would be completely pointless. You wouldn't have to engage with it at all, because it would be purely for giving the player information about items and enemies in the world. So it would not be required for anything other than itself. Maybe like one achievement for fully filling out the bestiary. So like it could potentially be useful for giving hints for puzzles, or for like giving you an idea of where a secret enemy might be. But assuming you already know everything, the bestiary would not serve you any function. That is the current idea. You can learn things covered about enemies by just playing the game. Some things, yes. But there might be other things that, like, you would need, like, a proper lore description in order to explain. Sorry for the pause. I didn't notice anything. Yeah, if I can 3-minute pause, that's nothing. I'd mark it as bonus or something in the headspace of make functioning game first, so you get the gameplay loop functional first, and then you can add the bestiary after. Well, the bestiary would be intended for like first playthrough completion, because the bestiary would contain like information and hints and stuff. It's just for repeat playthroughs, it wouldn't necessarily be required. Bring a blood form is the transforming weapon. That might be getting into spoilers. Like I don't want to talk about the other FromSoft games, because I do plan on playing them. Super early on. And I was vague about it on purpose. Okay. This is just in the mantra of optimizing development time, and more up to whether you think the bestiary is a non-negotiable feature. The bestiary is non-negotiable because I said so, not because it's necessarily required. It's getting added to the game because I want it. And also, I do not give a single shit about optimizing development time. That's going to happen passively. And I'm not on a time crunch or anything. So I can just do whatever I want at my own pace. Exploring what you mentioned. Like, honestly, at the current moment, I'm imagining just because I'm super familiar with it at this point, I am just imagining just Dark Souls 1 just with alternative theming and then maybe occasionally tweaking stuff that I didn't like about the original game. Because most of Dark Souls 1 I do like. It is a very good game. It just has some blemishes. Because like I really like the base Metroidvania thing of like explore the map and then like find shortcuts and stuff. Because having a lot of interconnectivity is useful. Put the player on the weeds and have figured out markers, intuitive items that leads them toward the correct path. See, that's stuff that I wasn't even like. I'm not thinking about that kind of stuff. Like, are we talking about like map objects? Or like entire locations like a town? Because I was imagining that you would like you would have all of the main areas and then you would like try and think about how they slot together. But I also haven't really thought about main areas just yet. Trying to get into here is what is a weapon in the terms of your game. And the criteria will be integral to how the gameplay works moving onward. I mean, I was originally going to just fucking just have weapon items that just have their own stats and stuff. Because like a grafting mechanic and like health is durability, that sounds like a lot more nuanced than I currently have the skill to do. This is defining how the gameplay feature of exploring the map works. Yeah, but like, I don't want to like decide the entire map right now. I don't think I could decide the entire map right now because I don't even know how big I want the map to be. Because the size of the map determines the size of the game. And then if the game is bigger, then you need more enemy types and more item types. So that's like a super critical thing to get right. How do you actually explore the map? That's the question. You fucking walk. How else would you explore the map? Bounce? You're playing on a spring? Like I guess fast travel could be a potential thing. The Mantis mount idea is hilarious and would be cool. Although, I think my brain is like just too stuck in the Dark Souls 1 pill, where like there isn't physically enough room for a mount, so it just wouldn't make sense for that game design. You want to mislead the player? Concrete info? Any info? I'm definitely giving the player information. Like, the bestiary journal, fucking... Like, that's probably going to have, like, a map that gets filled out as you move around. Or maybe, like, the map is, like, an upgrade you have to find separately. Like, I am definitely very opposite of Dark Souls in terms of how much information you should give the player. Although if you have a map, then that potentially impacts how you design the map. Because, like, the actual map item itself is two-dimensional. Assuming you're not doing a hologram. Fuck, that's a lot, Yami. I okay, careful, Dathan, because that's very much implying that potential games have mounts, which would be spoilers. You read Gwyn in Dark Souls 3. You don't go carrot in front of her. Pretty sure Gwyn is male. Unless you were meaning Guinevere. I get them confused sometimes. Yeah, they do look alike. They also have very similar names. Because Gwyn is not creative at all. I don't know if the map with actual markers. No, the pin/markers were potentially like allowing the player to place a marker for themselves as like a reminder of something being there. But like I wouldn't be opposed to like having like markers that auto-populate for locations of interest. Hmm. I don't think I would have a compass. Because that feels... I don't know. Well, also, fucking brain is not working. Brain, why are you moving so slow? I guess it's because, like, I haven't thought about any of these things, and I'm just, I guess, choosing the options that feel good, which isn't probably the best way to go about this. Yeah, just fucking... Yeah, brain is just fucking frozen at the moment. right on the etymology of a Souls-like without actually mentioning the Dark Souls games, as I haven't played Dark Souls 1. That's hilarious. Also, I'm just spitballing. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can change things later. Like, having a map, I guess... Actually, no, I was gonna say... Like, having a two-dimensional map in a three-dimensional game, that's a little finicky. Especially for, like, Dark Souls 1, because, like, the map is very much utilizing all three dimensions. Unlike something that's like Breath of the Wild, where it's mostly two-dimensional, just with mountains and stuff. Like, you don't actually go inside caves all that much, I don't think. But I haven't actually played it, so I don't know. How will the maps be designed? Let's ignore the maps for now. How will the maps be designed? I know you mean the actual physical map. But, like, I don't know. Like, really the only idea I had is just, like, insect-themed Dark Souls, and I kind of just ran with it. I mean, like, maybe I just fucking copied Dark Souls and just change it out. These are things you need to know. Oh. Yeah, I know. You can't make something if you don't know what you want. Because, like, Dark Souls is just, like, such a good template that, like, I feel like I could work with that. Just, like, tweak some stuff that I disagree with. AKA boss runbacks. I'm a proponent of analysis as much media as you consume as possible. It'll make it easier to make your own media. That's fair. Yeah, no, whenever I'm playing games and I think of a cool idea for a puzzle or whatever, I take a note of it. So that, like, if I want to include a puzzle or something in a future project, I just have a fucking massive folder of ideas. Like, I think the three biggest things that I didn't like about Dark Souls 1 is fucking the lack of information. Uh, the boss runbacks, and just shit killing you in 1 or 2 hits. Although, with an asterisk on that last one. If you remove the boss runbacks, the boss killing you in 1 or 2 hits is fine, because it takes you 5 seconds to get back into the fight. It's kind of annoying when discussing games I like with others, because I break them down by the way they're designed, instead of vibes or mechanics. Well, I mean, isn't mechanics the way they are designed? Like, aren't those interchangeable? Mechanics is more an emergent property of of design choice. Well, I'm choosing the mechanics, aren't I? Like, I think the lack of background noise is potentially, well, the silence is deafening. I think is, oh, maybe that's what's getting to me. I'm wearing headphones, but there's nothing playing, so my brain is getting confused or something. I don't know. I don't know. My brain gets really wonky when I'm not actively doing a thing. The Dark Souls devs designed the maps to be rather big and bosses kill you in one hit. Mechanically, this means that bosses will feel much more difficult. Incentivizes for players to look for alternate. What? The size of the map doesn't impact the difficulty of the boss, though. The bosses being difficult is what makes the bosses feel difficult. And that doesn't... I mean, I guess that did... I mean, I tried looking for alternative builds. It just didn't work. Feel more difficult? No. The size of the map doesn't change how difficult the boss feels. You can try the boss much less in a short... That doesn't impact the difficulty, though. That just impacts my frustration. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. Because the difficulty of the boss is isolated to the boss fight. Yeah, no, the runbacks definitely impact the frustration of the boss fight. I'll give you that. Because it's just complete and utter bullshit. Like, the punishment for being bad at the boss should not be that you're not allowed to play the game. Like, that's just incredibly backwards thinking, and I don't understand it. And I don't understand it at all. The more frustrating something is, the more energy and effort you need to put in. But you're not putting in more energy or effort. You're walking in a straight line for 1.5 minutes, and then you actually get to put in the energy and effort. Tend to find maps that naturally guide the player along the route rather than explicitly telling them where to go more enjoyable. But I don't know how well that meshes with the Souls genre. That also would require more experience. That's probably a harder map to design. I imagine for items and weapons and stuff, a good chunk of that won't super impact the balancing because you're kind of just scattering them around and then like scaling the damage to be roughly where you expect the player to be. Very basic visual theory, except for the part where quote unquote basic visual theory isn't a thing that I have ever touched or even was made aware of. Like, I don't know what that means. That sounds like fucking something you'd hear about at the optometrist. Guiding the eyes? Yeah, that's called giant glowing triangle in the sky. Go towards the triangle. Players tend to head towards brighter areas, players avoiding dark areas. That... See, for me, I'm kind of the opposite. I will explore everything. But a darker area I might miss if I just didn't see it. Because it's darker, it would be harder to see just in general. Like, why would you avoid a dark area in a game? That's more game. It's like, ooh, it's a spooky cave. Maybe there's some bonus in here. Very much subconscious. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. Big path, small path. The big path leads to game, with the small branching path that leads to the stuffs. Yeah. Branching paths do tend to lead to bonus. Ooh. Ooh. I'll head towards the big bright temple in front of me. Well, I mean, you also have to be careful about just following the main path and not, like, occasionally checking out the branching. Because if you only follow the main path, there's a chance that the devs are just going to be like, haha, get fucked. You're now locked and you can never go back. Oh, you want to explore? Make a new save file. Scale is also another important aspect. Players will gravitate towards bigger structures. Well, yeah, but that's also just another subconscious thing, because it's like, you just fucking see the thing. Like, you're more likely to go towards something that you notice existing. It's kind of hard to intentionally go towards something if you don't know it's there. Like an enemy limping off behind a corner. Maybe. But that just feels more like a cutscene type thing. If I wanted someone to go here, it would make them curious about the area. Well, I mean, for me, if I'm playing a game, the developer doesn't need to make me curious about the area. I'm just going to explore everything. Like, the most you need for me to want to explore something is to have a path leading to that area. So I guess, like, you just have to make me able to notice it's there, rather than make me care about it. Because, like, I care about the entire game. I want to experience all of it. Casual players limited time. I mean, you want to avoid wasting their time as making them frustrated. The player wants to explore as fast as they can. If they're frustrated and just want to continue progressing, you need to nudge them on the path. I don't know. Maybe it's just because when I'm playing a game, I'm not thinking of that. You may not like this, but this is how normal humans work. What? How dare they have a life and a job? They should play the entire video game over the course of 250 hours. Are you more likely to head to the bright sword on the rock or the monotone mirror? The mirror, because it's more mystical, more mysterious. Very much a game of time, memory, and value. There's also less reason to draw a player to weaker area stuff if they already have Gargantua than Goliath Slayer. Yeah, I do. Whenever whenever I'm in the end game and I find bonus in the early game, I get excited. It's like, oh, this is something I missed, and it's fucking 25 copper pieces. It's the psych of play. You don't really think of it as the player, but it's invaluable as the developer. Oh, the psyche of play. Yeah, no, I know very, very little about the human psyche. Other than that, it's stupid. It's stupid and it's dumb and it's a fucking drooling monkey cracked up on weed and opioids. Same tags that have been used for thousands of years in city design. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know. I guess I just don't understand it. That's why I'm, like, repelling against it. The mind is good at organizing things, so if you make it easier to organize, the mind naturally transforms. What? What? Huh? The fuck you mean by easier to organize for the mind? Also, I was kind of hoping that that sword and mirror comment was going to go into like some pick your own adventure type thing. They see big thing, they want to know what the big thing is. They see something shiny, ooh, shiny. I don't know. I guess that just feels kind of scummy to exploit their natural instincts. Like, rather than just giving them a cool game. The game is cool because you're guiding them to the cool stuff. Yeah, but I don't want to guide them because if I'm guiding them, then they don't get the chance to explore. You want them to see your game without explicitly telling them everything about it? Mm. Like, I don't want to undermine the player's agency by, like, making there be, like, this is the one path, even if you don't know that there's only the one path. You're just giving them a big red line that says, if you're stuck, here's the path to get back on track. What feels more cheap against the player? A bright spot in the periphery or a little marker telling them where to go? Hmm. But see, when you describe it like that, neither of those feel cheap. It's just when I think about intentionally doing something like that, it feels scummy. Because like a bright spot in the periphery is like, oh, there's something interesting over there. And a marker is like, hey, when you're ready, this is where you need to go. But then it's like, if I'm intentionally doing that, it feels like I'm being manipulative. And I don't like that. It's like, I'm going to make the player go over here. And they don't know that I'm doing it. Would you be upset if you saw a bright spot in the distance and found a cool sword? No. No. I would be. Well, I mean, like, it depends. Is the cool sword worse than my current weapon? I might be a little upset if it's worse than my current weapon. We don't talk about that part. Yeah, that's fair. This sword is totally better. Oh, okay. In that case, I'm excited. Why is this scummy to make the player experience better? I'm not saying it's scummy to make the player's experience better. It's just I'm just as a person, I'm heavily against manipulation and just like false information and stuff. So like I'm just naturally opposed to that, even if that's just how you actually make a good experience. Like I guess manipulating the player for their benefit is just that is good game design. It's just it feels bad internally because I don't know. My brain just doesn't like it, even though I understand it makes sense. Giving them information without verbosely telling them? Yeah, I suppose. When really you're just the architect of the world you want them to explore? Yeah. I guess that stuff could be considered similar to like a hint in a puzzle. Like it's just kind of giving you like a slight indicator of where to go next. Because like a puzzle without hints isn't a puzzle. That's a needle in a haystack. Or more accurately, it's a silver needle in a gray needle haystack. It's just helping them to find where to look. Yeah, I suppose. If the player doesn't know where to go and just blindly searching, it's frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, I spent a good fucking 3-4 new game plus loops in Dark Souls 1 running in circles, so I get that feeling. You don't want your player to have to find comb your entire game to find something. Yeah. Like, I can see some things being acceptable to not have a tell, but like only if it's like few and it's in a location that is like you're just almost certainly going to naturally stumble into it. Naturally stumble into it is what we're doing here. Huh. We're making it so it's natural to find the thing you want the player to find by using visual tricks. Yeah, I suppose. Maybe like I am also still like kind of tired. So it's possible brain is just being stupid. Worst case scenario, if you do try to worst case scenario, if you do and try to adapt your game around it, if it doesn't work. I mean, yeah, like it's good to try stuff. Like most of the time, you're not gonna be penalized for trying shit. You know, one thing that I hadn't thought about is if I'm going to include a magic system. Because magic can be cool. Why not just write down what you are sure about? Okay, well, I'm very definitive on the bestiary/journal. Like, that is just full stop, that's being added. Because I really like checklists and information blurbs. Unlike reality, a sword doesn't glint in the sunlight in your game unless you tell it to do so. So by that logic, you are the natural forces. Okay. That makes sense. Um, items, enemies, locations. Yeah, we can do that. I think that's a good one. Maybe like rotting log. Is it like a dungeon? Or maybe like a building? Because like if we're playing as insects, scale is going to be a very critical thing. Anthill? Yeah. One idea uh that came up just in a stream when we were talking about ideas is fucking like a blacksmith in a beehive location, and then like they can upgrade your weapons with wax or resin. Spider web. Oh, it's K-Log, but infinitely worse. I would make sure to organize it like the gameplay loop. So putting location under a single header, like item slash enemy slash location discovery point. Huh? Oh. But the location, the list of locations would be different from the list of items. Or do you mean like do it like this? And then fucking like this? Some items are found in those locations? Yeah. Okay. In the May. Hmm. I would make the locations. Oh. Ooh, that's a good point. Oh, really? I can't indent? Lame. Hmm. Spiderweb's a good one. That's a good call. Separate locations general and locations list. I'm gonna need uh elaboration. Man, my body is getting like super stiff. What the heck? Locations that are the path through the natural world and locations in specific spots. You can write down, I want to place weapons, items, etc. in locations. I want to make dungeons like this, temples like this. What? And having an actual... Huh? Oh, locations as in general areas where I might want to do a thing rather than a specific tangible location. So like an ethereal location. A conceptual location. Like a place where a thing might happen versus, oh, hey, this is the Gunbarrow city or whatever. Working off that as a template to make the actual locations. Uh, hmm. I don't know. Like, it seems like it would be more intuitive to build a location and then plop down thematically appropriate items and enemies. Rather than just, I want this location exclusively for bonus. So let me choose the bonus and then build something that makes sense around that bonus. I want to connect locations through loading zones. I want an open world where at all times all locations exist. That's also a very critical fundamental design choice. I think if I go with the latter, I definitely want to figure out some way to just let the player lure an enemy wherever the fuck they want, as long as the enemy themselves is able to traverse the map. Because I do not like it whenever like I try to think of something creative and then the enemy just gets stuck on an invisible wall, or it just teleports away because it hit the edge of its map chunk. Like, that feels really dissatisfying. Because it's like, aw, I had a cool idea. Let me do the cool idea. Just separating how you want to make locations. Fair. Counterpoint, if you have a bunch of unrelated locations, the world will seem a bit scattered. There's more freedom for that in the realm of insects. More freedom for scatteredness, like unrelated, untethered stuff. Yeah, because I suppose if you don't have like a structured society environment, then things weren't designed to go together. It's just, oh, fuck, there's a forest here. Ants live over here. The rats live over here. Although, due to scale, it's entirely possible that the entire game will just fucking take place in a single person's backyard. What I'm saying is, think about how your location impacts the things around it, and why is that location in that place? You wouldn't find an ant in the ocean. Well, yeah, duh. That's not something you have to actively think about, though. It's like, oh, does this make sense? No, chuck it away. Currently, you have written down routing log. A dungeon is a dungeon. Like, everyone knows what a dungeon is. I don't have to think about that. You go there, kill shit, get bonus. Maybe it's tied to the lore, maybe it's not. Like, I don't have to think about it that far. Although that could just be a difference between things I do understand and things I don't understand. So I'm quote-unquote not thinking about the things I do understand because I just implicitly already understand that design. And then for the things that I don't understand the design of, it's fucking impossible and my brain shuts down. Yami, you're overthinking this. Like, if I wanted to design the rotting log dungeon, I would just start designing it. Like, you don't have to think about literally every single possibility. You, huh? Okay. Like, maybe there's just something that I'm not grasping here, but like, some of this stuff doesn't seem super complex. You need to remember every choice you made in the What? No, I don't. Like, maybe I need to remember which items were in the previous dungeon, but the design structure of the previous dungeon is self-contained. Freestyle is a valid approach too. Realistically, that is something you can get more into when you're actually making the dungeon. Yeah, like the specific like map of the dungeon and stuff, I imagine is mostly self-contained, other than maybe like the 1 to 3 connecting points that lead to the rest of the map. Because like maybe it's a self-contained dungeon, and it's just like it's a quote unquote dead end or a pocket of bonus, or it could be like a main connecting dungeon where you have to go through it to get to the next place. If the dungeons are dissimilar, it might throw off a player. What? That's what? That makes no sense whatsoever. The dungeons being similar only makes sense if the dungeons are similar. The dungeons don't have to be similar. Like if I have a fucking rotting log dungeon and then like say I have another dungeon in like a fucking busted bird cage that fell down and got overgrown by vines, those are two very different things. Insect dungeons would be inherently dissimilar in nature. Yeah. Especially if like we're taking inspiration from naturally generating structures that just in real life are built by bugs. Like a rotting log is going to be very different from a beehive, which is going to be very different from an anthill. Like I could see a beehive being like super structured and like actually like built and designed and stuff, whereas an anthill is more haphazard with tunnels going all over the place. Also, I don't see why it would throw off a player if they're dissimilar, if I never gave the player the impression that they were going to be similar. Like, if I had, like, the first 2 or 3 dungeons following a pattern, and then, like, the next 7 were all just random shit, I could see that being jarring. Like, okay, well, this doesn't make any sense. What's the point in setting up a pattern if you're not going to follow through? If you title something a dungeon multiple times across the game... Oh, no, I'm not necessarily going to have the in-game title be Rotting Log Dungeon. That's just something I put in the list because the Rotting Log is intended to be a dungeon-type location. And, like, one is just linear path, the other is a large temple with a boss. Player runs into run after they'll have certain expectations. Yeah. Like in Dark Souls 1, nothing is labeled dungeon, but like I would consider Sen's Fortress to be a dungeon. I would consider the Great Hollow to be a dungeon. Even though like one has a boss at the end, the other is just a massive pocket of bonus with some enemies. Like a dungeon is like just self-contained location that has stuff inside. Like the depths, there's like one entrance and one exit. That would be considered a dungeon. Like the term dungeon is more about vibes, I imagine, than like actual theme. Kind of getting into the semantics of what is a dungeon. Yeah. If it has fight person, it has stuff as a dungeon. Yeah. I wouldn't do it like Dark Souls. I would explicitly title a dungeon as a dungeon. The player can decide beforehand if they want to explore it. Nah. Like I'm more of like the player goes into a new location and they decide if they want to go in or not. And then if they go in, they get their ass handed to them. Then they decide, oh, maybe I need to prep, and then go back because there's like it really depends on if there's a penalty for dying. If there's no penalty for dying, then you don't really have to label shit like that. I'm working under the assumption you lose all souls upon dying. Yeah, but that's not a penalty. Souls are free and plentiful. You don't really have to label it anyway. Now I know, but I want to be more respectful to the player than Miyazaki. Although that's not a very high bar to beat. Although I don't think I'm going to include the mechanic of you just keep all of your shit when you die. I think it's actually going to be you go back to the last save point. Because I don't know of a thematic lore reason why you would stay alive after dying. But losing all souls upon dying, that's like completely irrelevant unless like you just killed a boss and you haven't leveled up yet. Because it's typically kind of easy, at least in DS1, it's kind of easy to just go and kill some enemies to get your souls back. Like, unless you were saving up for like an item that's like really expensive. That's an example of decide how you want the gameplay to work and build out the game around it. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, because like if there is a large penalty for dying, then you might want to give the player a warning that they're about to go into a dangerous area. If you need a lore reason, you can make one based on how your world operates. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure what lore reason would be that. Oh, you get to keep playing even though you're dead. I guess maybe if you're playing as an ant, the lore is just you're replaced by a new guy. But then that doesn't make any sense why your inventory would be preserved. I find it frustrating when I'm exploring just to find an untitled dungeon, getting ganked, and then getting set back to who knows where. It feels bad to be knocked out of the zone of just exploring. I was doing something and I was rudely interrupted. Well, I mean, that depends. That can be influenced by where you place the resting points. Because, like, if you come up to, like, a big, grandiose entrance or, like, an ominous entrance, and there's, like, a rest point immediately outside, you know that, oh, this is probably some big shit. What do you lose when you die? Well, I mean, if you just go back to your last save point, then you just lose all game progress until the last time that you saved. Which is how most games do it. Although, after playing Hollow Knight for a while and then going to a different game, it was a little jarring not keeping my progress. I was like, what? What do you mean I don't keep the items? I already gathered them. I have to do it again? Souls-likes don't often take that approach. Yeah, like, I would prefer to, like, use the standard Souls-like thing. I just can't think of a reason, just at the moment anyway. Obviously, like, I could spend more time thinking about it. If you go back to the corrupting god idea, the god could forcefully revert time or plot you in an alternate timeline. Yeah, but why would they... Then you have to give them a reason for taking interest in your success. Or like you could just have them to where like they actually just like when the player dies, it's actually just like right before the character dies, and the god just teleports them to the last rest point, like similar to how the dark sign disintegrates you and reforms you. Maybe they just like to watch you struggle. That'd be funny and makes sense. They're bored. Little Timmy has a 3-day weekend from school and is poking at bugs in another reality. Yeah, but if you go with corrupting God rather, then that's going to be very influential towards the entire story and potentially the entire map as a whole. But that also limits the number of NPCs that you're allowed to have. Because there probably wouldn't be very many NPCs if it's only select insects getting corrupted. What if the select insects can defect, and after they have children, they keep the sentience but lose the influence? So there are a bunch of different clans around? Oh, so like the intro cinematic could be about this outer deity invading the world, but then the actual gameplay takes place like several generations later. Save points be station supplies, and the reason you keep your things when you die and go back to collect what you drop is because you didn't die in a literal sense, but more similar to a Pokestop. You just crawled your beat buck back to your supplies. Interesting. You were just the next one after a bunch of failed ones before you. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the you didn't die, you just left while being really badly hurt, because that wouldn't make sense for like being halfway through a dungeon or locked in a boss arena. It's like the boss isn't going to just let you leave. What if after you die, you just take over the nearest bug? That would be an entirely different game. That would be a vastly different game design, because then you would have to program in a player control system for every single enemy in the game. And there would also be like next to no penalty for dying because you're just going to get a new body. Like, it would definitely be a cool idea. I just don't think it would fit here. Like, that would have to be its whole own game. Although I could definitely see if we include a magic system, I could see Cordyceps being like a spell that allows you to turn enemies into temporary allies. Maybe not near as bug, but it could work as an excuse to be put back into the insert extremely abundant insect species. Yeah, but then you still have to. Then you still have the issue of keeping all of your items. I mean, I could just do a generic dark sign clone where you just have like spatial gem. On death, you warp to the last rest point. You just pick up the items where your last corpse left them? No, because that risks soft locks. Because if your entire inventory is there, then that includes all key items as well. And also all weapons. So if you, like, if you're at a rest point in the middle of a dungeon and you die to the boss, and you just have nothing else, good luck getting your shit back. And then if it works like the stain, to where if you die twice, you lose everything, that would just be... key items are just mutations? I don't know. I mean, that could be cool, but then that would be limiting. Pulling back on the corruption mechanic, I brought up at one point the whole HP thing. Yeah, the HP is durability thing is definitely interesting. I don't know if it would, like... Actually, I don't know if anything would work, because apparently I don't know what I want just yet. Because, like, if I'm going to do something... Maybe the strength of your individual infection dwindles with each hop, and if the items are biological in nature, you return to the rest point. Would be your infection taking hold of a body at a point with more resources to refresh your state. Fuck. Shit. Eyes. Work. That's what a design document is for. True. Although, if I'm going to be doing something to where, like, your body itself is mutating into, like, the different key items and weapons, then it might make more sense to not actually have, like, 100+ individual weapon types lying around. Maybe there's, like, a lot fewer weapon types, but they are, like, really significant when you acquire them, because they're actually just getting assimilated into yourself. So maybe, like, some of the bosses will just give you a new weapon type unlock, and then, like, maybe, like, the more you use that weapon, the more powerful it gets, like, you get weapon experience or something. And then, like, there could be, like, other weapon types lying around on, like, corpses. Like, you find a rotting corpse of, like, a mantis, but their claw is intact, so you eat that, and then you can turn your arm into the claw. Because, like, when y'all are saying mutations, I'm imagining your body physically swapping between different shapes. You can always have a backup weapon if you get ganked. Yeah, but... like, if we're going the idea of, like, the generic Souls-like, where you keep your shit when you die, then you should just keep your shit when you die. One thing that could potentially be interesting... let's say we're doing the mycelium route, where it's like, you're an infected ant or whatever, and say the weapons are mutations. So you gather more mutations, you unlock more weapon types. What if the mycelium is also infecting other enemies? So there's, like, certain enemies that as you acquire more mutations, that actually gets added to the mycelium's memory stores. So then certain enemies you fight get stronger as you acquire more capacity. So like you unlock the like scythe arm or whatever, but then like the other enemy ants suddenly now have the scythe arm. Fuse system rather than a particular weapon system. Find core mutations to your body, and then the parts of the enemies can be integrated into this. Right. Using what you have written here, integrating a needle into a ball shape for a mace, an acorn cap with a branch for a shield arm. Yeah, but that's like super nuanced and super like fucking. That sounds like something that you should have experience already before you do. Like I don't want to do something super crazy. It's a Souls-like, not a copy of Dark Souls. I don't know. I don't know. But like just copying Dark Souls 1 is just simple. It's a very simple game. If you ignore the part where it doesn't tell you anything. Once you actually know what you're doing, it's very simple. It's not super complex. Do you care about spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom? Nah. Not at all. I know it has like the fucking arm rune thing where you can glue things together. Maybe it's just my inexperience or whatever, but it's just like I just want to stick with something simple. It's also possible that Dark Souls isn't the best game for a first game. What if instead of finding weapons, you find weapon recipes and you can just make more weapons after getting ganked? That could be interesting. Because recipes could be argued to be stored in just the collective memory. That's basically what I'm talking about, picking up weeps on your base mutations that you upgrade with the surrounding materials. Oh, okay. So you would have a base weapon type that could turn into a few different things based on what you feed it. That sounds almost living weapon-esque. Idea. Maybe instead of playing as an insect, although I do like the idea of playing as an insect, maybe you are the corrupting god. Maybe like you got like defeated and banished from your home plane and you crash land in this world, but like you're like a fraction of your former self, so you are on the scale of insects. And so like you're trying to like I don't know, something. But that could explain why you keep your shit when you die, because you can't actually die as an elder god. You just reformat your original. How does the plot work? That would be the question. I imagine maybe they're trying to like acquire power, maybe gather support, Like, if you can get the people of this insect world to like worship you or whatever, that would maybe you could gain more power. Getting back to full power to crack back into their home realm. Yeah. But like you have to you're starting small on the scale of insects. So like they tried to kill you, but like one fucking microbe survived or whatever. That doesn't sound like a bug game. Yeah, it would just sound like you're playing in a bug world. And the things you feed are the things like needles, buttons, acorns, very prototype-esque. Yeah. I would... It sounds like things keep escalating to higher realms. That would also just be... Like, that definitely wouldn't be a bug game, but that would be a cool game. Prototype, but with bugs. Maybe it could be that, like... When you first like land here or whatever, you're like just this globby what's your face. But then like after you kill the first quote unquote boss, which is actually just a super weak standard enemy, you take its form. Instead of a corrupt guard, you're just some matter eating goop. Yeah, that was similar to what I was thinking. You just play as Venom. And you're trying to like spread your influence or something. Some scientist just accidentally releases gray goo. Huh. What if you were no different? Your enemy is just another drone of the mycelium network fighting against the others for dominance over the control for the greater roots? I don't know. I do like the idea of like just fighting other members of your same race, just because that just gives you an enemy type. So I think just pick up your stuff from your corpse is the best one. Yeah, but then the idea is supposed to be that you don't lose your shit when you die. Like if you're going that route. Like I don't want the player to risk permanently losing their shit just because they died in a really unfortunate location. I wonder which insect has the hardest carapace. That could potentially be used for like a shield. The drone idea would explain that because your neutral body and how you've adapted it would be restored by the network when it drags you back from the Earth to control you again. Ooh. You care about spoilers for Final Fantasy VII? I could potentially see myself playing Final Fantasy at some point, but I mean, it's like It's not even on the list of things I want to play. It's on the list of things that I like. I'd be down to play. But yeah, no, you can talk about that. But the idea of like something physically dragging you back to the rest point is interesting. Maybe maybe it could be like the rest points um or maybe not at the rest points, or maybe it could be like all the shit you find you like take back somewhere to be studied, and then like whenever like a new instance leaves from a rest point, it has the ability to just purchase everything you've found before because they've reproduced it. Your weapons have materia slots, just some special marbles that affect how your weapons functions. If you wanted to include magic anyways, what if weapons have some enchantment that binds them to your soul or something? So if you lose them, no one can use them, and you can just find them near the location you died? Possibly. Alternatively, like, if we could figure out a way to do the mutation thing to where, like, the weapons are just part of your body. I don't know. Just chuck it out the front door. I mean, I could just do something generic, like you just fucking have just magic crystal gem. When you die, you are just warped back to the rest point. But then that's just dark sign with extra steps. As the story progresses and you grow stronger physically, your mental state also grows in power, evolving so much you begin to realize your state as a drone, and your objective becomes either to dominate the network or conquer the infection using its powers and free the infected. So either become a tyrant or a liberator. That's a classic. Mysterious rock from space crushed your arm. A strange goop spills out. It fuses with your arm. The carapace is still fractured, but it's holding shape mysteriously. Finding new weapons means that this goop can transform into different shapes. That's an idea. Slight problem. On the scale of insects, what kind of rock is going to hit the ground with enough force that it didn't already disintegrate? Or I guess maybe it could just be like tiny little pebble survived and landed. You go to touch it, and then it just latches on and eats your arm. But then we're just playing Parasite, the anime. But I do like that idea. That solves the issue of keeping your items, because your items is just the goop changing shape. But it does not solve the issue of surviving and respawning. You touch it and it rolls over on top of you. It's like, yes, we've had thousands of tourists. It has never once budged. You touch it, and then just single frame animation, it just crushes you. I sup- Maybe it's like this etheric monolith, and when you touch it, like the entire thing dissolves into the goop that then just assimilates into yourself. Yeah, I saw the mycelium thing. That's an interesting idea. Just have like mycelium nodes that you rest at. Raven could work by the goop pretending to be dead and then just scurries off. If we go with the goop idea, but instead of it like replacing your arm, it like integrates itself into every aspect of your being, we could have it to where like when you die, your entire body dissolves and it just falls into the ground, and then the goop just goes through the cracks on the earth back to the rest point and then reconstitutes. So it could be like that's an instinctual survival mechanism, which would explain why you cannot actually manually control it. Penton. Yes. Absolutely. We need a fucking 10-foot wide anti-gravity disc. Your entire bug is just fractured, and it can turn into a pancake when dying. And you could also... Maybe the quote-unquote money could be like biomass. Or at least EXP could be biomass, which you use to upgrade the goop. Although, actually, since insects just eat broken down all the other shit, biomass could just actually be the money. Yeah, we're just making insect prototype. I want to play prototype. It looks cool, and I don't know very much about it. So it would be like partial spoilers. Oh, there's two prototypes. Yo, and they're cheap as fuck. Hello? Oh, they're on sale, but they're still cheap as fuck. What if the currency is bug pieces? And you confuse with yourself, and you can freely morph? The people who own the license aren't doing anything with it. I would love a new prototype. Oh, released in 2009. That would explain why it's so cheap. Hmm. What do you mean by the currency is bug pieces? I'll warn you, those games are old and are often incompatible with modern hardware. Oh. Well, I mean, it's on Steam, so I would hope that it works. It took me like a week to get it working? Damn. Oh, that's... I don't like that. That's unfortunate. System requirements. Windows XP/Vista/7. Recommended Windows 7. You can find some shards of Mantis Shell. The Ant Tribe can trade you the shards for something else. Yeah, but that's not really a currency. That's more of like a nuanced barter system. I was very upset when it just didn't work, but I eventually found the right emulation settings to get it running. That... that seems like an issue with the industry. Like on system requirements or something, it should probably list that it doesn't natively work on modern Windows. Compatibility mode thing? Huh. Yeah, people was bought out, and the people who bought it basically have to die. Ugh. Fucking... corporate... what's the point in buying an IP if you're not going to do anything with it? Like, you're not going to get a return on investment if you just fucking let it rot. Like, the only reason to buy if you're gonna buy an IP, fucking buy the IP and then just leave the original dev team on it. Just let them keep doing cool shit. It was competing with them, so they legally weren't. That's bullshit. Although in that case, screw the devs that got bought out. Like, no. Well, maybe not the devs, but the team. Monetary risk, though, if you pay the devs and they make a new game that doesn't sell well, you just wasted money. If the original game was selling so well that they were a threat to you, then the odds that they're going to make a successful sequel is basically guaranteed. Devs will want to keep their time. It's easier to have your own devs and bully them into doing what you want them to. But that makes a bad product. That makes an ass product. Keep the devs, pay them, they make an awesome game, and then you make more than enough money in your return on investment. Who cares if you have a bad product for the competition? Because you could be making more. Okay, if your two options are purchase the competition or kill the competition, purchasing the competition is the better option. Because then not only do you have your team making products, you now have that team making their good products on your side. Bad product for cheaper and easier and it was irrelevant. The good product will make more money. They might make... If a company is making something that is so successful you view them as a threat to eliminate, they are guaranteed to keep making good shit. Killing the competition will make you more money. Yeah, but purchasing the competition will make you even more money. Okay, it seems I didn't save it, but I saw a post on Twitter that said something about someone making a prototype, something or other. I don't know if that was, like, just, like, rumors or whatnot. It'll be if it succeeds, this isn't guaranteed. Maybe people I follow? Yeah, I don't know. They didn't want to pay the devs who made it the amount they deserved, so they got rid of them. I, I don't understand that mentality. Like, just fucking pay the devs what they deserve. They're making you enough money. If the product is good, you want to keep that dev team. You want to have loyal devs who are a good team, and you stick with the same team for the entire time because they work well together. Company buys a dev, will you still trust the new company to handle the product well? If they keep the original team, yes. You see, that's just an issue of people being stupid. What you should do is, if you're going to buy out an IP or something, one, keep the original team so that they can, because they all already work well together. And then you just let them make their awesome game, and then you just take a little bit of a scoop off the top. You take a little bit of money, they make the good game, and now you have infinite free revenue. Because you're not actually paying the devs. The devs will be getting paid by the income of the game, assuming it does good. But if we're assuming you bought out an IP, that's assuming it's already good. So all of the devs' money and payment will be coming from the game revenue, so you're not actually paying them anything. They're paying themselves. It was marketing who made the choice, not development. Developers would understand the value in keeping them, but the entrepreneurs would rather purchase them for the... Fuck marketing! Marketing's bullshit. Even for the most popular IPs, not every single entry pays well. Well, yeah, but who cares if you have one bad game? As long as you have enough of a buffer to survive, on average, if you have a popular IP, it's going to bounce back. But either way, just completely canning the development team is just dumb. A company who just spent $1 million buying a couple devs and IP, they might not be able to take it. If you just spent millions, then you absolutely are able to take that risk because you're fucking loaded. Like, if you can't afford to take the risk, then don't fucking buy the IP. Like, the fucking corporate environment is just full of imbeciles and dumbasses. If you did end up making a prototype, like, you'd be the first person to do it in generations with little to no competition. Oh, hello, triple jump. With a rate of 4. Hello. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Right now, we are just in the idea generation phase. Just coming up with ideas of things that might work. Like, basically, page 1 rough draft type stuff. Because, like, I tried just jumping straight into the code, and then like I just didn't know what I was actually wanting to do. So trying to make something when you don't know what you want turns out to not be the best idea. I've waited patiently for a long time for it to return, but I basically lost all hope it would happen. Yeah. No, if the original dev team got vivisected, it's probably not happening. Brainstorm squad, indeed. We just so ender with ideas until he stops being indecisive. That I mean, it works. Hollow Knight Souls like sounds great. Yeah, we keep doing it anyway because ideas are fun. Is it gonna be 3D? Uh, I have recently played a lot of Dark Souls 1, so that's heavily where a good chunk of the inspiration is coming from. So probably 3D. Like what, 50 words and 4 hours of brainstorming? I mean, hey, it's fine. I do only have like 20-ish minutes of stream left, because I'll have to go to work. But, oh, thank you for the follow, Trimble Job. I hope you enjoy. Hopefully you make the world very unconnected like DS1. DS1 has a very good map. Although, just as a note for Dark Souls, I have only played the first one, so no spoilers about like game design from any of the others, please. But yeah, Hollow Knight Souls-like does seem very interesting, although it looks like it's gonna be morphing into like some prototype inspiration, even though I haven't actually played any of those games. We did kind of divert into the philosophy of various game dev concepts. Yeah, true. Hmm. Before today, I didn't even know prototype existed. It looks really cool. I definitely want to play it sometime. Like, really, all I know about prototype is like something eat people, and like I think it takes place in like a city. I went on my way to force it to run on my computer rather than refunding it when it broke. Nice. Huh. Okay, but although if we are going with the idea of like assimilating enemies in order to like upgrade a living weapon, then having just actual items lying around might not work. Unless like maybe it's like there's a lot fewer items, but the quote unquote items is like predetermined corpses that you could assimilate. Kind of like the Garpede in Hollow Knight. The living weapon just assimilates the items too. Yeah, that could work. You could have like a really cool animation of like finding it. You like pick up the shiny, toss it up, and then like your arm extends into this massive maw, grabs it, and I brought up previously you can assimilate the items into your body mutations. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't imagining like how that would look visually. But if like we have like goopified form, that is a lot easier to internally turn into a blob, jump on it, move away, and the item is gone. Fair. Although I still want to retain some sense of you actually being an insect. Otherwise, like, it kind of loses the charm of you playing as an insect. But then again, I guess you don't really play like as an insect would play because you're special. Stealth mechanic. The fuse mechanic, and you'll get a good idea of what I'm talking about there. I know a little bit about the fuse mechanic. If you turn into an insect, you can infiltrate the same species. Yeah, but the thing about that is then you have to program in player-based animations and controls for, like, many different body types. Like, you would already have the models, for the most part. You might have to make new textures. You might have to make new animations. You would definitely have to make new attack animations. Unless, like, you can only walk around while hidden, and if you ever attack, you revert to your normal form. If you're damaged or attack, you automatically morph back. Yeah, that could work. You're still an insect, just one that's controlled? What? No, you're not controlled by the goop or goopy goop. It, like, assimilates itself. You're controlling it. Because that's a happier ending. You're reinventing prototype in real time, and I'm very for it. Yeah, that could be interesting. Hmm. Mm. Then we might have to fucking change the name of the project name. Maybe, like, although Entoma Soul was just a project name, that's not the actual name of the game. Although I think not sure if I would be able to do big open areas. Because, like, typically the grass is taller than the insects. Earlier, for the whole it's controlling you scenario, as you grow stronger under its influence, you turn the table and start using it to take over the network. Okay, I can see that. Into more assimilant? Assimilant. I see what you did there. Hmm. Maybe exo something? Because, like, insects have the exoskeleton, and, like, if the goop is from space, that would also be, like, exo outer. Gives the player agency over will you be the hero or the villain. I mean, you can be both. you can save everyone whether they like it or not. Exo integration? Possibly. I can see the theming. And also, I just love that this goop would potentially be like an extinction level threat if it was on the human scale, but because it like landed with insects, if there's people, they just don't give a fuck because they're never going to notice it. Exopodia? I actually don't know what Exopodia is referencing. Insectify? Well, you're not really turning things into insects, so I don't know about that one. Podia equals limb. Oh. People don't notice it for now. Could be grounds for a sequel. That's true. That's true. Honestly, Entoma in Assimilant, like, that sounds like a banger start to, like, a subtitle, to be honest. Exopodia sounds cool. I mean, it is 2 letters away from being Exodia. Although the Exodia sounds like the final boss in JRPG. Although Podia being limb isn't like completely thematic. If like the goop is part of like your whole body rather than just your arm. Although I suppose something sounding cool could potentially trump thematicism. You could argue that the goop is a new limb granted to the bug. No, I mean, I guess in the metaphorical sense you could argue that, but I'm imagining the goop like lands on you or whatever, and then like completely rewrites your entire form. So like you are no longer your original species technically. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to fully do the visual shift or like do the full goopy body when you die and then regenerate at the rest point. Like I'm imagining it like fully integrates. final fight is the goop splitting off and battling your original self. Yeah, but then you would just be weak as shit. Fighting the ultimate power. That would be like... That would be like fucking... You have your difficulty curve, and then just right at the very end, it just shoots up, straight vertical. You could potentially have like techniques or like skills or whatever, where you can like intentionally split off some of the goop to like function as like a scout or as like a minion that you summon. Made allies along the way to help you in the final battle? No. Nobody takes the allies, they just get in the way. They walk so slow. Then they're just gonna trip and fall off a cliff. What if I just... What if I just do that? Exolimus. Limus is Latin for slime. Yeah, but then that doesn't really give the insect feel. Protolimus? Wait, yo, what if the lore is the goop... What if the lore isn't the goop came from space? What if the humans of the world were trying to make something similar for prototype, but the sample like falls out a window, and so the story takes place with insects using those abilities? Entoma Protolimus? Yeah, because that's gonna make any sense for people who don't speak Latin. The humans were trying to evolve an insect on purpose. And then I escaped. Like, I think I vibe with Entoma Protolimus because it's thematic. It's cool. It's like a reference to one of the partial inspirations. Doesn't matter, sounds cool as fuck. True. Would it be Protolimus or is it pronounced Protolimus? Or would that just be like a accent type thing? I have no clue what it means. Well, Entoma I think means like insect. Proto means like first, and then limus, I guess they meant slime, but proto would also just be a reference to prototype. Who wouldn't want to play a game with the title Entoma Protolimus purely to find out whatever the fuck that means? It doesn't make me think insect game. I could have like the cover art and stuff give the insect vibe. Like, honestly, if I saw Entoma Protolimus, I might think it's fucking not even made by an English-speaking developer. So there's a chance I don't look at it because I expect it to be, like, solely Japanese. It does sound cool as fuck, yeah. But there is the issue that it doesn't have a pun. Entoma Protolimus. Yeah, sure. Let's just fucking go multiple layers deep. So we have insect translated to Latin and then shifted back partially into English. This feels like it might be getting too convoluted. Big brain? Yo? Caterpillar? Caterpillar smoking weed. Oh wait, Alice in Wonderland already did that. Entoma Protolimus is the Latin name of the slime that the human researcher were developing. Oh, that could work. Or maybe like the official name is Entoma Protolimus, but everyone who's actually on the project calls it Entoma because that's super funny. And I could like a newly discovered slime mold. Ooh. And we're working our way back to the mycelium. Okay, well. Okay, that is all the time I have for today. I have to go to work. This slime mold isn't a mushroom? Oh, I have no clue what a slime mold is. Okay, I do not have time to read that, so I'm just going to post that there and read it later. Okay, I do have to go. We will do more of this tomorrow. Bye-bye, and have good days. Where the fuck is the stream end button?